didn't need it, 'cause I was all through. I was overwhelmed, in fact was scared to sell, because I really fell for you. I don't mind praying to you, I'll be there for you, every time I drive by.
What do you think of the— Wow! It looks— Oh! Isn't—
It actually has...
Oh! Yes! Paimon knew it! Excuse me, he seems happy.
Sounds like he has...
Oh, that's good.
No news is... Maybe next time I've got... Well, we provide all... Monsieur Neuvillett's character is unimpeachable. In light of that, in fact, after this, you two will just be inmates here. You're very welcome. Well, you're...
Grab yourself a welfare meal. The Traveler and your bunks are right over there. Follow me.
Whew. So this is where we'll be sleeping from now on. Oh, Paimon can't believe this! By the way, Traveler, even though the Duke— we are criminals. Is it— Yeah, maybe something like— heh, yeah, so we at least need to try— You mean— Yeah, fortunately, we worked so hard to help— Oh, right! Lenny and Lynette are from the House of the Hearth. They work for the Knave, so they could be here to investigate too! Huh? Oh, it looks like a magician's prop. It was nice to— What in the world? It's if you say so. Hey, you're finally awake! Well, it's Paimon's first day as a— Hey, come on!
Hey, lazy bones! What do you
Take it easy.
Ah, you...
Yep, we just...
Don't interrupt me!
Yes, sir.
Listen carefully. Working around these... Anyway, the four...
Got it.
Your job is to use the machine over there to process... Watch carefully, and make sure you step on the pedal at the right time. If the machine gets... Here, bring me the process widgets.
So if the machine gets jammed, you just need to attack it to fix the problem. Once the widget is hot enough to glow, jump to step on the pedal and hit the widget with the hammer. Okay, you got great! Now we can report back.
Huh. This one is... tolerable. Alright, I'll pass.
He Lenny? Mr. Magician? Where are you? Oh, this had better not be some disappearing act. Doesn't seem to be around here. Let's try looking somewhere else. Where could he be?
Hey, over here. Oh?
Oh, you... Oh, Lynette! You're here too!
That's right. It's not just...
Oh, you need... Now hurry up and tell...
Sadly, even the teeny...
And then...
Next, I invited several audience members to participate in the show. And then...
My brother was charged with theft, and I was charged as his accomplice.
It really...
Yep, we should be...
In terms of the
Leave it to Lenny to magic...
Indeed. Last time I hid my identity from you, so I don't plan on keeping anything from... We were instructed by the father of our house, the Knave, to come...
Told you so.
As for what we're investigating, perhaps you have... Some even say that the entire... The House of the Hearth has been investigating this for a very long... But recently, all of our informants, including the ones that had... We believe that this is a direct provocation, and it's the reason why we came here. Father has somehow managed to confirm that Focalors does not have Fontaine's Gnosis.
Huh? How did she manage to learn him?
Father has her ways. Many of them are beyond our imagination, and we've never had the chance to see her at work.
It was this information that led us to suspect that Fontaine's Gnosis might be in the fortress of Meripede.
So it's all about...
Well, that's about it from our side. How about...
Bingo! The name has been applied... Traveler, are we allowed to tell them?
You don't need to worry. Father used this...
Sometimes you need...
Of course.
Is it just Paimon? Or does it feel like...
I wouldn't go that far. Father just has different standards than we do when it comes... Even though we have different objectives, as you know.
See, I told you.
Is that so?
Lenny seems...
Of course he is. Lenny has been looking forward to a chance to reach an understanding with you ever... Or, I should say...
Lynette!
It's okay to open up a little.
Very prudent of you, and consistent with your behavior since I was prepared. Since Lynetta, most people just... You should be aware of...
A forbidden zone?
Good. Oh, look at...
Oh, that's just what Paimon wanted to hear! Oh, he wasn't kidding. Today's meal is nowhere near as good as last time. Oh, who knows how long it'll be until we're lucky enough to get that super tasty meal again. Ah, forget, but life here does...
You think so, mate? If I had a coup, seems you fishies still haven't learned your lessons from your life up. If you take things at face value, then by the time you reach a dead end, you won't even know. I like your attitude. Like it. Everyone's been telling you to just follow the rules and not cause any trouble for yourself. Am I right? But what they don't, the truth is...
Huh?
Not everyone knows.
Really?
Of course.
Oh, you mean that if there really are hidden... in that case, would you...
Come on, mate.
Paimon understands.
Yeah. Moreover, you're new fish. Freshly caught. I'm usually around...
He left. Just like that. Huh. Yeah. It might be a good place, but... Like... we... So Paimon just confirmed with the guards that... but it seemed... Oh, and they weren't kidding. Are you awake, traveler? Hmm? What's wrong? You seem to have some... Oh, child! Maybe the vision connected child's consciousness to yours and our So what did you see in the dream? Do you know where child went? Huh. What's more important now is that it's the start of another new day as prisoners. Let's do our best to earn more credit coupons.
Look who decided to show up. Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a waste. Good, here you go.
Speed.
Hey there, fellow shiftmates. I saw you finish.
Oh, hey there!
I've been working here.
Whoa, you've been... Alright, Chief, we'll be sure to come to you.
Did you just ask? Pretty sharp for newcomers. Truth is.
Huh?
Well, it's usually not that easy to break one on accident. If you work continually, then something bad will happen.
Huh?
If I knew that.
You mean...
There's actually a legend. They say that there was one time he tried to test his limits at work. He disappeared.
What the... How could that...
Unfortunately, we were assigned different production zones.
Wait. Are you think... Huh?
Oh? You...
Yeah, I agree with Chief here. Oh, what would you like to do the... Well, Paimon really hopes the...
Look who decided to show up. Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a waste. Good, here you go. Let me have a look.
Aw, what? What do you have? Right, we just...
Look who decided to show up. Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a wasting. Oh? What's with suddenly wanting to...
Sure. Nice! We did... Ooh, Paimon's... That's it. Paimon doesn't even have the energy to talk anymore. Oh, Paimon's exhausted. Wait sec. Oh, but it doesn't seem like anything's changed at all. And we made it to the coupon. Are the so-called hidden rules only a rumor? Well, Paimon wondered. Wait, what? What is this stuff? What do you think is going on? No, stop right there, Paimon. Hey, isn't that? Hey, Wolsey, have a moment?
What? The meat?
What should we do? Yeah. What would you like to do? Yeah.
This one's got your name on it!
Oh,
No need to.
sorry. I couldn't help but think, oh, it's hard to say.
Wait.
Oh, I'm always indecisive. What? Please.
Hey, it's the Traveler.
Just like His Grace said.
Siege Wing? Hello, Traveler. Everyone's usual. Enjoy? It's really worth what? Are you talking about Pet? Oh, I can see why you think that, but you shouldn't jump. See, wait. Yeah, take care of your butt. We'll definitely. Rowan?
Oh,
Oh, you mean she wasn't in the infirmary?
Yeah. The rumors say that there's never anybody in the infirmary.
Huh.
For...
Looks like a research notebook. That suspicious guy peeking into the infirmary, he must have dropped this. The Melusine as a result. Ooh. This also. And as for the notebook.
Wonderful.
Paimon likes have you also been in—
No, I was just slacking off. My brother is still obsessed. Oh, before I—
Huh?
I've been here long.
Aw, that's so— Oh, you— Okay. So afterward— Has our investigation turned up anything useful? Really? Well— What do you have planned? After working here, but doing the same— Yeah. What is this, Guard? What would you like to do this? Maybe we'll be able to—
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Oh, you must be the Traveler, huh? Sorry, mate, but competitors as strong as you are prohibited from participating. I don't make the rules. Even convicts value their lives, don't they? But we have a game here that'll let you show off your strength, and you'll...
And if we lose the game...
Of course. That's the cruel reality. Okay. The targets in front of you will pop up one after another. You'll need to hit the targets in the same order that they popped up. If you can... The second you mess up the order, the game costs 300 credit coupon. Thanks for your patronage.
Okay, do your best to hit the targets, just like Colin said!
Your strength really shouldn't be underestimated. Nobody who values their life would be willing to get in the... However, you two haven't tried betting on the out. Just go talk to Rusimov.
But...
That's normal. Just...
He's got a point. Why don't we give it a try?
Bet at random, huh? Well, how should I put it? It's not like you...
Huh? We shouldn't get too carried away.
What? I never even picked a boxer before, and you already know about the rules? You're not... Might as well tell you about it. Besides, Okay. Something bad will happen then.
So, the rule is that we shouldn't pick both boxers in the same fight. But if anyone actually did that, and what do you mean by...
How would I know? Not like... But I've heard a story about the... According to the rumor, there was a masked boxer who possessed incredible... However, in the final match, the organizers told him to... And after that, he was never seen again. Some say he died, or that he, in his eyes,
So you mean, it's like...
No, he was always roaring...
Traveler, do you think that boxer was... Huh?
You're not serious. Look, here I was just trying to be nice and warn you.
Yeah, it sounds pretty scary to Paimon.
Betting on both fighters will set you back about 3,000 credit coupons.
Seems we had a productive day. Oh, but what do you have planned? After working here, but doing the same... Yeah! What is this gun? What would you like to do this? Maybe we'll be able to... Who are the boxers?
We have the reigning
Are those the...
since you're new... Anyway, for this match, huh? I could... Maybe you don't...
Oh, no need...
Alright then.
Yeah, yeah!
Hey, Traveler, Paimon. Package here for the next time you buy...
Huh? A package? For us? Did you buy something, Traveler? Paimon's not quite awake yet, so why don't you... Oh, right! Yesterday we broke the hidden rule and bought tickets for both boxers. Oh, it's just a small bottle. But the color of the liquid inside looks so... Alright, that's enough of that. No need to say it out loud. Paimon already knows what you're... Ugh! No way! Get that stuff away from Paimon! Paimon thinks we should... What do you have put... Though it feels... who are you?
I'm not!
Then...
I'm a promoter for fun.
Oh,
After discussing the... However, in light of our... let me take a moment and recall his exact work.
It seems you don't, but as for the...
Anyway... Fine.
Take it easy.
Hey, what are these papers scattered all over the ground? Are they registration forms or something? Maybe not. Every page has the font to... okay. Oh, you're right. Guess there's nothing to worry about then. Let Paimon have a look here. Without assistance from the Fontaine Research Institute, we have no choice but to... We have decided to... Sure doesn't seem like it. Let's put these papers back where...
Take it easy.
Hey, I heard you
Well, the next...
So it is real.
Paimon's not sure. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you... Still, I did...
Even if we bought, when it comes to things like...
Hey, just what do you... Make so little that even...
Oh, so it's...
Let's just say it's a mutually
All right. What is this garbage? What would you like to do this after working here, but doing the same... Yeah, A mysterious do you have any ideas, Traveler? Really? Well... Okay, so we'd better pick up the pace with our investigation, otherwise we'll... Yeah, let's get... Hey, isn't that Vidoc over there?
Ah, seeing you at the Impress.
So, now... Huh?
Leonid and those other pesky broke urchins have all gone to work in the production zone. I wouldn't want them listening in without paying up.
We get it! Just tell us already!
So, you know,
Something even...
a group.
Cannibals?
Every month, they meet a few times in the dead of night. Rumor but since they have... I've got things to do too.
Traveler, can we just try... Oh! So that's how you... When will all... Vidoc isn't here.
Just stay. What? What?
What are you talking about?
Their attitude sure is suspicious. Like they're trying to avoid us. But if they're being so... Oh, this is all getting way too creepy. So you mean we... Hello, Fielding.
What do you want?
We just want to ask you, have you ever discovered...
Why are you asking about
well...
Really? And now that you mention...
So, what...
They just conduct their three-pipe...
Oh, okay.
If that's all, then I'll be leaving now. I advise you now...
Don't worry, Oh, he left. Right, both are... Paimon knew you... Oh, I'm so tired. But we can't sleep yet. They'll be just... Really? So we're final... Okay, well, it's... Careful! We'll get in trouble if the guards catch us! This should be the place.
What? I know you. You were the ones we saw.
Huh. You'd better leave now. Ain't no...
What'd you say?
Yeah, so...
Hey, what?
I don't have to tell you.
Yeah, scram. Nothing worth seeing here. Huh?
Isn't that Hey, do you know our... Whoa. We had no... So, did he have you come here to find us?
Oh, so your child's...
We're the only...
Wow, those dreams of yours...
We gave him the business for a while, but here in the fortress, he was working the longest hour. You could always see him, so eventually...
But one day, he suddenly told... And as his crew, so... We just wanted to give him a bit...
Oh, but...
Because as far as it leads to an abandoned fact, but... Boss still insisted on go, so we told him, and that if he wanted to...
So you come and...
Yeah.
Nothing could ever
Okay.
Alright. Keep quiet and follow us.
The way up from here has been sealed off. Boss left by going down from here. It's, later we came back hoping to have a look. It's impossible.
Do you think child...
Not likely. We all...
Really?
It's getting late.
Yeah. When you said you... Fortunately, though, now that we can find... It's morning already? Oh, Paimon still needs more sleep. Huh? Wait, look over there. It's one of Linny's cards. Let Paimon see what's... Maybe you haven't... It's been a while. Ooh, today's our lucky day. We have the date from the sound of it. Look! There are some people talking over there! Let's...
If you ask me...
Hey, speak for you.
Oh, you think you're...
I don't...
Hey,
what kind of filth... Listen, who wants to live in the...
And what makes you...
Whoa. Sounds like they're real... Speaking of which, Paimon... That's true.
Take it easy.
There's a group of people over there. Let's go listen in.
So I said...
Oh, sorry for eavesdropping. Sounds like...
what's the matter?
Hey, don't pretend like it's okay for them to just interrupt us like that. Your expressions tell me you're looking to hear some...
Really?
You're kidding. How often?
A little
You're...
I'm Quisto, and this is Lavaroon.
So...
No. You don't get it. Whoa.
I don't mind the welfare meals. Talk about the
Right.
Is that...
Oh.
You? Since you like my... Listen, kids. You've already met the one...
Those who have the dude...
I know who you mean.
But did you know...
I don't care if he was... Speaking of which...
You mean he hit a whoop?
But that Lorvine's...
Wait a second.
Do you think...
After all...
Hey, you over there? Yeah, you. Say, do you like playing card games? You know, like Genius Invocation TCG?
You TCG?
Hey, come on now. What's wrong with... all right.
But why would you be...
There are lots of card players here in the fortress. When I saw you, I immediately thought, sure.
Great!
I thought you would have all...
Why don't you pick?
All right. Have you heard it? Then, did you know that there are... Yeah, so you've already... I heard that they used to be...
Good.
Let me... Oh, did you know that the...
Huh?
That's right. The Duke was to go from an ordinary inmate, a forbidden zone?
It's just a room.
Anything else?
Okay, we've talked to just about everyone, and it's about time for us to go meet Linny. According to...
Huh? That look in your eyes.
Hey, this is no time to be
Oh. Huh. He is, unfortunately, this father told me that even though
His escape route is already flooded, so we'll have to test some.
Well, when you put it that way.
Bingo!
He's working today. Coming here, it's the least. Honestly, I'm far more impressed. Now, let me think. And if he's to do that, he'll have.
You can even add.
We've been working to Traveler. What say you to meet? Oh, and there's. Though we can just. Fremenes.
What do you want us to do?
Well, I won't. Listen carefully. You've mentioned investigate the but also there's no need. My.
But that's not a bad thing. Oh, right.
Let's go our separate ways.
Hey, stay here for now, Pun. There seem to be several.
It's not impossible.
It's a bit hard to understand them. Oh. Someone, please help!
Whoa, are you okay?
Oh my! What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Take a deep breath before...
The traveler started complaining of a stomachache, and then nausea, and then collapsed, freezing limbs.
Let me take a look. Please. Don't worry, I'll get you to the bed safely. Here, hold on to my shoulder and walk slowly.
You can do it.
Don't apologize. You're sick after all. Now, please relax. I'm just going to do a preliminary checkup on you. My checkup has... Oh, I'll continue my diagnosis of the patient now. Don't sense sear... And here, huh? What about here? Oh, I think you just... Congratulations! The health risk, Miss Levine.
Very well.
And she hopped away.
Hello. So how are you feeling now?
Her stomach aches really.
If Miss Sejuine's...
But it...
Well...
What do you mean that's true? Though they may have committed...
Yeah.
That's correct.
Are you two...
We've been sick a while. I come back every...
Please watch your mouth, Mr. Jurrier.
Hey, don't start arguing now, please.
Please allow me to...
And same to you, Miss Lorvine. Anyway, that was more than enough rest for me, so I'm going to get out of this excessively...
He just slowly walked off? Like that?
I'm sorry you had to see all of that. I'm Lorvine.
You...
I'll accompany you two for a walk. No.
I'm back! Did you rest like you promised?
Thank you for getting our medicine.
Did you all cooperate with your bed rest? I trust that nobody got up to walk around. Good. Here. Miss Levine, I left in a bit of a hurry Yellow.
All right, then I'll also be on my way now. I hope you feel better.
See ya!
I'm going to fill out your medical record now.
Those two made quite the commotion just now, so why don't we let the trap... That's it!
Alright then.
Is there anything we should know besides to take the meds?
No, her big... Got it.
Oh, you're going to take a nap already?
left for... Well, now you can go back.
Thank you, Miss Sijuin!
Take it easy.
You really are something. To be able to fall asleep like that and even sleep talk the entire... No, but you can't... Paimon talked with... Whoa! You... Today's the day! Let's go meet up with Vinny!
Hmm? Did you two run into any trouble over the past few days?
No, we just...
We've taken a look.
Wait, why is she getting...
You already went up infiltrating a guarded Lynette also...
So that's what Lynette thinks.
Then, let's go...
Is now really
According to my observations. Also,
Okay, then let...
Lynette should be... strange.
As expected, Sijuin isn't...
No, Lynette... Unless...
Let's see if they're...
Okay. None of the beds have any signs of having been slept in.
That's the one, Lynette!
She would have set her mic, which means...
There are some books. These sure are some interesting... She even has books... This is it!
Wait, this thing... The space behind it is... Could Lynette have tried to get inside? Let's look around here for some more clues.
Hey, you guys, there's a slip of paper.
A slip of paper?
It's right over here, and there's a bunch written on it too. It reads, out of respect...
This is...
Is that all? The back.
Show me! Now!
That look on your face. Would you care to guess where Miss Lynette of the Fatui could be? No. Could she have...
Wriothesley... Did he deliberately...
Wait, you mean he was aware of our goals from the very...
Yes. That is a crucial question. You're not from the same camp as us. You were sent down here by Nervulet, so you have no conflict of interest with Wriothesley. We're a completely different... I'd like to know that too. Don't panic, just think everything over. Wait, you're right. The fact that Fremine was able to leave the grounds...
But what does he gain by letting
So he... if Wriothesley let him leave on purpose, then he's...
Lenny's getting more and more panicked. Don't be like this.
No.
Hey, don't be reckless! Traveler, please.
I simply cannot allow I have to go.
He's rushed out the door! After him!
Right. I feel like we still have...
It's not impossible.
Is that so?
Is someone?
Pack everything up. Whoever's outside. Someone! Please help!
Whoa! Are you okay?
What a delightful turn of events. Oh my! What's wrong, little... Being able to read human expression. Wait! Wait! It's no use. We have to catch up to him. He's already out of sight. How is he so fast? Let's go head him off at Wriothesley's office.
Come out and face...
Aren't we...
What did you do to my
I ran into the young...
Stop joking around! Where did you take my...
I have also heard that you're... Maybe she'll appear behind...
Is he trying to... You knew we were investigating the infirmary. As for Fremine...
There was no need to do...
You removed our original
One correction. Lynette is...
He's not...
Lenny!
Oh, wonderful. Everyone is here, so I'll only need to say this once. Eager and to the point, I see. Alas, only Miss Lynette is... Although, as per your original plan, Mr...
Wait. You locked him outside?
I closed the fortress's gate to the out...
Fremine's a star diver, so he...
No, we're still here, so he definitely tried to find a way to come back for us. So we can't...
But why would I do this, you may be asking? To have an audience with you, of course. Besides, I do...
So?
Some of my folk... I was willing to play Mr. Linney. You need do but what...
You want to see
Well, I've heard that the bonds...
Why did you think
Oh.
Was this the
You people really are... Mr. Linney.
Lenny!
Instead of I gave you a warning. Mr. Fremine left... 6...
Wait,
2... Time's up.
Wriothesley!
Negotiations have broken down.
Yeah!
You do realize that that doesn't mean you can just do whatever... Then how about this? Those who are capable to... I'll ask you 3 questions. Question 1.
I've been told that the infirmary... The Fonta promoter has been... We often see Miss Sijuin observe... Fonta's internal report... The research note said that the... According to Collins, I've been told that the infirmary... We often see I've been told that the infirmary... The research note said that...
So that's what's... The hidden rule of the production zone. At first she often visits out of her sense of Sijuin. Unfortunate, the recipient... Are we on the right...
All right, now for my... There are also...
I've been told that the infirmary... Fonta's internal report suggests... We often see Miss Siege... The research note said that... According to Collins, we often see Miss Siege. I've been told that the infirmary is open. The Fanta promoter has been... According to Collins...
Paimon gets that hidden rule of the Pancrate. People get scared, but really, a blood... The company, they came to the fortress of Marab. The Duke, knowing how valuable coupons are in the fortress, knew that only total idiots who didn't understand their true value would bother buying a Fanta product here. And so...
I acknowledge, although based on your description, that Fanta promoter is a bit too careless with his words. I may just reconsider my... Alright, and here's the final question. What's the secret behind our head nurse and all of her patients in the infirmary?
Stop your cruel and pointless games, Risley! You know that we haven't finished our investigation, so there's no way we can answer the last question. The thought you'll...
Lenny, are you alright?
Oh.
It was nothing, Your Grace. See, though this gun makes...
See, Lane...
Not at all. I am merely a resident. When Monsieur Nervulette asked me to come here, he told me that my job would be to take...
But if you mean what you just said, then isn't Linny someone you should be looking after as well?
But I really am just doing what Monsieur Nervulette told me to do. Everything His Grace knows it too, right? Your Grace?
My dear Sigewinne, whatever shall I do with you? Would it have killed you to just wait another minute or two?
Well, it's nearly time after all. The way you do things can be truly
What are you talking about?
Take me if you want.
How touching.
Don't be like that.
All right, everyone, calm down. I'll go get a cup of tea. Miss Sigewinne, I leave.
You...
I believe I hear...
Some space, please.
Ah, Miss Clarande.
Lemonade.
What's going on? What is Clarande doing here?
Work.
I'm sorry about shooting you, Mr. Linney. The tranquilizing effect will begin to wear off.
What happened to Fremine? Wasn't he diving just outside of the fortress? Why is he looking like...
A flushed face, an accelerated pulse.
What?
Please, make some space. I'll need to give Mr. Fremine more...
I'll talk to Clarande while you get Fremine to where he needs to be. Everything else...
How is he?
These symptoms are probably caused by an acute ingestion of a large amount of primordial seed. Of course, it would be best if he stayed for further observation. Sorry. I am aware that the infirmary may not be your favorite place in the world.
Why would he ingest a large amount of primordial seawater after...
Please, look after Mr. Fremine for the moment. I'll go fetch some medicine and a respirator.
Where is she?
Oh, she just took a nap in an empty room after I tranquilized her. If my
What's that look on your face? I thought I made good time on the way back.
Oh, I'm just admiring your punctuality. Had you arrived just a few minutes later, Sigewinne may have been forced to shoot Mr. Linney again. How's the situation?
The water has changed. It's pretty much as expected. I was only out there a short time, so it wasn't too bad. But if one were to stay for any significant amount of time...
Where was he when you found him?
The abandoned zone at the end of the pipes.
Closer than I thought. He must have recognized it early on and tried...
Locking the door was necessary. I don't think we could have saved two.
Well, I did try to convince him that I had my reasons.
It would probably work on Neuvillette. He has a knack for picking out who had good intentions, even...
It's a bad sign if you're having to plead your case. Want some tea?
not particularly. If you want to drink some that badly, just say
Fine, I'd like to get some tea. Want me to get you a cup too, since...
Might as well then, I suppose. Actually, do you have a
Lenny, are you okay?
I'll be fine.
Are you sure?
My hands and feet are still a bit weak, but...
I'm back, everyone.
Lenny! Huh. Hermione?
He'll be fine. But for now...
His breathing's beginning to slow down.
Give me a hand and help me get him to the
Yeah, I'll take him from this side.
On it.
Traveler, you seem pretty worried about him. What?
The Duke and Clarande are gone.
They probably went to get some tea. The Duke will explain the truth in just a bit. Miss Clarande will need a break.
Take it easy.
He's awake.
Lenny. Lynette.
We're all here.
The infirmary. How do you feel?
Traveler. Paimon. The sea. There's something wrong with this.
Shh, it's
No, listen to me. The pipes. Right, the pipes. It's all coming back to me now. Where could Master Child be? This mechanism looks like it's been tampered with. Could he have done it?
Frost is coming!
getting stuck on something. Seems like I'll have to avoid those obstacles while I turn it. This is where the water... Yeah. The vegetation here is a bit more sparse. These traces aren't natural. A person must have left them, and recently. There are traces here too. I need to keep going. Huh? The traces are gone. But I don't see where he could have gone from here. Wait. What the... My heart is racing, and it's getting harder and harder to breathe. No good. I have to get back. They still don't know anything about what's going on. If I turn back right now, I should still be able to make it. I can't die here. I have to push on.
Miss Clarette?
Miss Cloran?
You're still too...
Miss Lynette is right.
A guest? Then...
You should ask His Grace about...
Yeah, it's about time he actually told us what's going on.
No. Please go on without me.
Lenny.
The logical part of...
In that case, I'll leave the infirmary to you.
Thank you.
Take it easy.
Excuse me.
I take it Mr. Fremenet's condition?
Of course. I wouldn't have left the...
I've been expecting those two, but might I inquire as to the purpose of you?
I wanted to check up on Miss Cloran.
Mostly fine, I think.
If you don't mind, I'd like to perform another quick physical
All right. Thank you for looking out for me.
Well, want to explain yourself, Risley?
Of course. But I'm not partial to the word choice of explain. Where should I begin? How about you start?
Then Paimon will begin. Did you?
No. I just knew they were Fatui operatives sent to the fortress by the Knave. As
You managed to monitor and stay ahead of...
they came here with ulterior motives. I'm quite adept at discerning. Initially, I thought their goal was just to investigate Child's disappearance. Linny suggested that I had deliberately let him escape. But in truth, I didn't really do anything special to help or hinder him while he was here. Of course, it's inevitable that the Knave would make a big deal out of her fellow. I'm also quite curious about where that Harbinger went. So I figured I might as well let the Fatui do their own investigative work.
So you were hoping Linny's group would...
You make it sound like that's a bad thing. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. I assume that Fremenet has told you already that the Forbidden Zone has always been Linny's target, and you got roped into that investigation after running into him. I began to intervene out of concern for your safety, and also to prevent the fort...
Are the rumors true? That
Why would you put it like that? Isn't staying here all day and serving as the manager of the fortress a kind of sentence unto itself? Another form of prison?
Oh, right. Paimon wanted to ask...
Me, of course. I paid her good mora to come down to the fortress for some field work. As a champion duelist, Miss Cloran could be considered to be an independent party. I needed to find an exceptionally capable...
And saving Fremenet was...
You can think of it like that, yes. Credit where credit is due, that boy is quite adept at diving. Had conditions not been as hostile as they were, he probably would have found them. That's not something you should be asking after. Neuvillette, all I need to prove to you is that the Forbidden Zone had nothing to do with the Harbinger's disappearance.
But we've already uncovered that there's something wrong with the infirmary, and we've answered a bunch of questions.
You make a compelling case.
Yeah, Paimon really wants...
Even if the truth may not be pleasant, follow me.
There's a hidden door here? And a whole basement behind it? Huh. You're pretty good at hiding stuff, Risley.
It seems you've forgotten just what kind of place the... Stand on the central
Wait, is there a secret mechanism or... Whoa! So, this is the Forbidden Zone? Honestly, for a place so well hidden, what a huge door!
There are 3 such isolation gates in total. Generally speaking, I'm the only one who's allowed... Am I correct to assume you're going to run on back and...
Well,
Well, I'd advise you wait until you've seen the whole...
Huh. So there's a switch...
Stand back.
Whoa! They all just went up one by one?
Go on. I've been interested in what lies beyond that gate ever since I assumed leadership of the Fortress of Meripede. Of course, it would be unwise to recklessly open it, but it'd also be risky and negligent to The readings on that dashboard have not budged since the day when I first laid eyes on this place. But over the past year, the needle has crept upwards from its original position. Normally, I would have ignored it, but I happened to have some free time when I noticed it, so I investigated. Any guesses? What very reasonable guesses. I've considered both of those as well. The temperature should vary with weather and climate changes, so for something that rarely shifts, the water pressure is more likely. We ran a few tests Later on, a few more possibilities occurred to me, such as a potential connection with the primordial. Over the past few days, the needle has moved again. With that, and the symptoms that Fremine displayed after leaving the fortress,
The concentration of...
And that is precisely the problem. We're at the bottom of the sea, and now we're surrounded by toxic seawater. Somehow, primordial seawater got mixed in, and the concentration is steadily rising. Yes.
But forget about the two of us. Not even Neuvillette knows where the primordial sea could be, much less... Oh.
Seems like you've figured it out. I believe the primordial sea lies directly beneath this sluice gate. For some reason, the primordial seawater levels have risen significantly. The indicators are now red. Although the gate still stands, some primordial seawater has If this continues, soon it will no longer be able to hold back the primordial... Yeah, you know what the legends say. If this place falls, then
But that's just too weird! Why would the fortress...
Your expression tells me you think this might be part of a vast, complicated conspiracy. To be honest, it's just that the secret of the Forbidden Zone had been long forgotten by the nation before I rediscovered it. There's no single founder of the Fortress of Meripede in any traditional sense. What we know about its history has been when the previous Hydro Archon, Egeria, ruled the land. All convicted criminals from Fontaine were exiled. The people drove the criminals received no sympathy of any kind from the people. They were exiled to the desolate seaside, where they experienced only pain, struggle. Some of them began to repent and prayed to the Hydro Archon, asking if there was still anything they could do. And so, leaning on the power of the Hydro Archon, they gathered underneath the sea and began to build a fortress. They became a community down there in the deep. As the number of exiles increased, more and more people joined the community. When the first group of exiles, the Hydro Archon continued to lend her support, allowing the fortress and what it stood for to continue growing ever larger. Before long, this dark... And with that, the people here stopped referring to the fortress as a prison. They saw themselves as repenting sinners, but as time went on, people also realized that the fortress was a lonely place. Once they had gotten used to life, once they had finished serving their sentences, some people left and some others chose to stay. They'd find some idle position and let their After many, many centuries, few people still remember the reason for the fortress's founding. Now and again, researchers manage to break one law or another and live out their days in the fortress. I learned all this from an elderly historian.
But now you know every part of it.
Indeed. It's just as the prophecy says. To be frank, not really. But sadly, that hasn't stopped this. Prophecies are troublesome things. Just hearing one will create the first wave of panic. Seeing some... Let's go somewhere else. This is it.
Your Grace, perfect timing. The results from our last round of experiments have...
Wait, Jurier, he's not alone!
Huh?
No need to panic, you two.
What? After you
I'm skeptical as...
The results speak for themselves, don't they?
All right then, if Your Grace insists.
They seem harmless enough, so I'll trust them.
How about some reintroductions? This is Jurier, one of the highest-ranked researchers from the Fontaine Research Institute. He used to work... Good. Saves... Edwin's main areas of research were...
You...
Gotta admit,
Guys, focus! Focus!
That taskmaster over there is Miss Lorvine, and is also one of my technical
Ooh, are they together?
See? Everyone keeps asking this question.
If I dated her, I'd officially be
Jeez. Follow me.
Whoa! There's another door that goes right up!
Your constant amazement makes it seem like the fortress can do anything.
But Paimon really thinks everything's super cool.
Well, let's spice it up a bit. And here you go.
What a huge ship! This is also a production zone that Paimon's never.
How much do you know about fun?
Well,
then maybe you haven't heard the story of ancient Lemuria. To give you a quick run, according to legend, the Lemurian king Remus came to this land after being inspired by divine revelation and found the seer Sibila. He called his nation Lemuria and used the Fortuna to incessantly search.
There's a ship in this.
Where there's water, there'll be ships. People believe.
Do you believe that?
To a point, I think. As you've already seen, I have a whole factory's worth of labor and material, so the moment I began to speculate that the primordial sea might lie under...
Were you inspired by the legend?
Maybe. Fontanians need something to hold on to. Were the workers to find out the truth behind this ship, riots would destroy them. As the fortress's administrator, I'd never... Alright, that's enough talking for now. I'll need another 3 cups. Seems like you're good. I'll leave you here for now.
Oh!
No worries. But don't forget, it's up to you whether or not you want to share what you just saw.
Yeah, we'll put a lot of thought into it.
Great.
Take it easy.
We're back!
Welcome back.
How can you be so...
Huh. While I was sedated.
Must have been Risley and...
Yeah, I heard one male voice and one...
I really can't make...
So, Traveler, Paimon, were you able...
Yeah, he explained it.
Very well. Then, would you mind checking your answers against my speculations? Yeah.
Nobody else is...
All right, then I'll posit my theories. I asked myself 3... Firstly, why was Fremine...
Woo!
That's Arlene.
Secondly, I spent quite a long time thinking about this. What's more, as long as the... If I had to guess, he probably has something that he's working on himself.
You're super...
If Risley... I don't have an...
Let's see... Well...
Could Risley have wanted to meet Father to figure out a way to deal with this? If you remember, I once mentioned that Father sees the House of the Hearth as her base of operations, and she truly wants to resolve...
Or perhaps he didn't know, and just...
Yeah, that the two of you have already aided us far too much. If you ever need anything else going forward, please, though you may not share the sentiment, after all that we...
You have my...
Thank you for protecting Lenny.
Why are you being so formal all of a sudden?
Given your strength, you might not need our help at all.
Aww, the sound of... Paimon's hungry.
Oh,
Alright, then we'll catch...
How was I so...
Come on, let's go pick up ours as well.
Traveler and Paimon, over here.
Are you here for dinner?
And I'm taking...
Huh. You're right. She's actually sitting in the fortress cafeteria.
What would you like to eat? Yep, you can. I've already talked to our chef, Mr. Wolsey. It's all on me today, so you can get whatever you'd like.
Me too! Don't forget...
No problem.
So delicious. Paimon's so happy.
Feeling full yet?
How's the delicious? I'm so glad to see Sigewin. A bit of both, I suppose. I'm a Melazine, which means I'm very different from human beings. I must know what you're thinking if I want to You're really good at taking care of people. Even though you're so Really? You're reminded of an older sister. Oh, and what did you mean back in Risley's office? When you said, oh, that. I just asked His Grace to look out for those children, especially that diver boy. I was getting a bit worried. Thankfully, Glorand is very strong and managed to save him in the nick of time. His Grace also sealed the pipes. Although the path was blocked, we still stationed some guards there to stop anyone from approaching. They were Oh, and I was keeping an eye on Mr. Linney as well. We had to press him. You were all super considerate. It's just what we do down here at the fortress. At least Oh. I really wish Monsieur Nervula would come down here more often, too. Get a good night's rest, you two. Glorand!
How's
dinner?
It's all right. Miss Sigewin.
So we heard that Risley invited you to come.
Oh,
Still, Paimon didn't know even Champion. Oh, and why aren't you eating with Sigewin and the Duke?
Miss Sigewin was with you. And the...
Actually, didn't Navia say that...
Yeah,
First time in a long time.
in the past. You seem to be enjoying yourselves here. Things will be getting messy at the fortress soon.
So much has happened. Paimon just feels absolutely exhausted now that she's finally relaxed. Paimon's super... delicious. Paimon wants seconds for free.
Out of my way! Get out of my way! What happened? No idea, but something must have happened. Stop asking!
What happened? Why is everyone running around? Hey, what are you doing?
There's no time to explain, mate. Goodbye.
Hey, what? What's wrong with these people?
They're here! There you are!
Oh, thank goodness!
Quisto and Laveroon, do you know what happened here?
We came here. Laveroon was saying...
Wait, weren't you the one who... Hey! Okay, whatever. The point is, you should come with... Yeah, he said to get us...
Oh no, it can't be that thing!
Whoa, wait, what? What? Hey, where are you?
We have to go find the Duke! You two just go and get out! Go on without us!
Hey, hey! Be careful!
Attention! Please evacuate upwards and outwards, upwards and outwards. If you're already at the topmost layer, then try to move as far outwards as possible.
They're here.
Just like I said.
What happened?
You're just in time. But be ready to run. Three, two, one.
This won't hold it for long. Find Neuvillette. Tell him the defenses are about to collapse.
Then what will happen to you?
Until he arrives, we're the last line of defense. The gate. How long do you think it'll hold?
That depends on us.
Neuvillette? Why are you here?
Traveler, I need you to head to the Opera House. Farina will soon be meeting with the knave there. You must protect Farina, and make sure she doesn't spend too much time alone with her. Will do.
Look! There are a ton of Fatui and Palais Mermonia people over...
Are you two the traveler in Paimon? Though I'm sure he's already explained.
Oh, so you two are the honored guests Miss Farina mentioned.
Of course, of course. How could they not attend a meeting such as this? I must always...
It is my pleasure to make your acquaintance, traveler. I have heard much of your accomplishments. I am the knave.
I've already prepared seats for you.
Perhaps you two are unaware of how Miss Farina and I do things. You see, we actually recently agreed to get to see this. This is a limited type of confectionery that Miss Farina simply adores.
Traveler, what do you think of this cake?
That's good to hear. So what Child said was on the mark after all. I wonder how he's doing nowadays. You must have heard, right?
Since we're talking about him, I feel like I should add something.
Oh, so you're also familiar with his aptitude for fighting, Miss Farina. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Child was subdued by Udex Neuvillette right in front of you. Against ordinary people, my colleague would never be on the back foot. But alas, he just never imagined he'd run into such a person. Coming from...
but I thought you would be happier to hear the news.
Of course, but it's still a bit of a shame. You see, I would have been far happier had I received this news somewhat earlier, as you well know.
Well, in any case, there's no need to worry.
Oh, and...
Because...
And where did he go after leaving the fort? The fortress of Meripede lies deep beneath the waves. Unless he pranced right out of the main gate, he must have had to swim for it. Ah, that is good news at least. His sister Tonya sent a letter to Fontaine not too long ago. So, do you have any idea how he usually writes back to his family? Dear Tonya, your letter made me feel like we were still...
All letters tend to follow the same few formats anyway, right? As long as the contents are...
Hold on. The water...
I suppose this is also a...
Huh? I don't quite...
Have we entered into the next stage of the...
My thanks to you both. I will take it from here.
Sure you don't need a hand?
Quite sure.
Wow. So, what's your secret, huh? Let me guess. Nah, who knows? Maybe it's just your sense of responsibility.
Sounds about right.
Day may come when the prophecy is fulfilled, and the waters burst forth. But it is not this day! This ancient power could easily obliterate an entire race. A tsunami of fury would unleash endless catastrophe. This sentence is too severe. Forgive me for overruling it.
All right. Seems like the...
Let me guess. We're safe.
Indeed.
I win this bet.
Very well. It wasn't...
You made a bet?
We made a bet on the size of your entourage. Cloran thought you...
I figured you would have at least brought a few people along for appearance's sake. It appears I underestimated...
Shouldn't you have gotten used to confidential missions by now? That's just how the courts operate.
So what gift must...
He already has tons of team...
That wouldn't happen to be a dig at my lack of legal awareness.
Well, I'm sure His Grace doesn't consider the fortress...
I was under the impression the residents of a place like this would be...
That was... Anyway, you've still got some unfinished business.
No need to stay here if you have a pressing matter. We all know you can't...
Thank you. I hope everything went smoothly.
I must say, we've spent long enough playing house. Miss Farina, as the Hydro Archon, I am sure you understand the exact meaning of the phenomenon we just witnessed. Or should I say...
What are you trying...
At this point, I don't think there's any more need to speak as diplomatic representatives. Allow me to speak to you now as just a Fontanian. Yet, here you are, relaxing, drinking tea, and eating desserts as if it's all nothing more than the prophecies hanging above our necks like a guillotine. Every faction is looking for a way to either avert the disaster or save their own. But you? It beggars belief just how nonchalant and carefree you have been. From the very beginning, you, the god Focalor, you have utterly failed to take action.
You're wrong. I've never ignored the prophecy, nor have I just been passing the time in self-indulgence. Retract your accusation and stop doubting the wisdom of the gods with such absurd conjecture!
I am not alone in my doubts, you know. All the children of Fontaine may be harboring the exact same thoughts right now. Oh, great Hydro Archon. How are you going to save them? Save us?
I have my ways, and I've been working on them for all this time. Even if you look down upon me, you have no right to judge me! Fontaine will be saved. Even if I still cannot see the true future right now, as long as I continue on as I am, I will be able to hold my head up high!
Then I ask you, Miss Farina, just what have you been working on? Where can we see it?
My machinations are just like the prophecy itself. They will only reveal themselves at the...
I see. As a god, the proof of your labor always lies beyond prying mortal eyes. Allow me to be so bold as to ask another way. Would it be possible for you to tell us the parts of your plan that are not confidential? Oh, that look in your eye.
The emergency response plan.
Then allow me to jog your memory. Miss Farina, what is the purpose of your... And what do you plan to do with the massive amounts of indemnitium that has accumulated over the year?
The Oratrice? It's just like it appears to be.
So you also have no idea. If I'm not mistaken, someone's using it to prepare for something. But I first caught wind of this when Linny tried to investigate the Oratrice in the Opera House. You see, even just getting close to the core contaminated him with an extremely large amount of indemnity. But even if that had nothing to do with you, then what could you possibly be... Oh, right. I almost forgot. Udex Neuvillette is not at the tea party with us today.
Yeah, yes, that...
Of course I will. Although, I must say, Miss Farina, you... Oh, very well. Let's stop that conversation here. There are still a few slices of cake left. Traveler, I heard that you were recently commissioned to handle a few matters on behalf of the Udex. Why don't you take an extra slice of... You too.
Thank you. Oh, Paimon's super full. That cake was good.
If it's on my tea table, it must be of the highest quality.
You're welcome. I'm sure the cake also felt greatly honored to be featured at Miss Farina's table. It is getting late. Why don't we call it a day? There are still a few matters that I need to take.
Very well. We'll...
Mind seeing me off, Traveler? We could use the opportunity to...
Paimon's coming to...
The teeth...
I'm glad that you were willing to come with me. Of course, child was just an
That's what Paimon thought.
You lent your aid to the children of the House of the Hearth. As their father, I would like to express my... That was all. Formal topics should be discussed in formal settings. I know you just returned from the fortress of Meripede. Relax. I have no intention of trying to get anything...
They've all been working very hard and have always done all they can to fight back against anyone who tried to stop them. Especially Lenny.
You mean Wriothesley. He's a tricky one to deal with. It's unfortunate that Lenny's so eager to prove himself that he can't learn to rely on... By the way, and you can just consider this a bit of idle gossip. You are outside of our disputes, and the freest person in all of Fontaine, able to move around most easily.
And that's everything that happened during the trial. Master Child was declared guilty and immediately transported to the Fortress of Meripede.
Didn't he say he was coming here on vacation? Does he not feel an... Forget it. He did give us an up. I will be meeting someone shortly.
Do you require help with any preparation?
No need. I need to meet with Farina, the Hydro Archon. She is at the heart of Fontaine.
Oh? Come over here, you little critter, you! You dare to run from me?
My goal is just to discover the location of the Gnosis. But I didn't expect the chance to approach Farina to be handed to anything left unguarded is usually just bait. But no one will blame someone for taking the... It's just as I guessed in the second before I struck. The Hydronosis is not currently held by the Archon. In fact, this Archon doesn't seem like a god at all.
Who are you? And what are you trying to do?
The fear in her pupils is genuine. So perhaps she's not bait after all. I left the scene with ease. Nobody came looking for me, and nobody could serve as a witness to my near assassination of Focalor. Not long after, my informants confirmed what I had guessed. After returning to her quarters, Farina quietly cried alone. She was so scared that there's no doubt that there's something wrong with her. I began to entertain the possibility that she is not the true Hydra. I have to find the Gnosis. If the Neuvillette hypothesis is correct, he is probably in possession of it.
Yes, Father.
My dear children.
News from the fortress of Meripede. Master...
Probably the handiwork of that...
I'm afraid so.
This is a good opportunity. The value of a Harbinger is much higher than most would imagine. We now have set up a meeting for me. I would like... Oh, and I...
Yes, Father.
Tartaglia's disappearance was not a part of my plan, but I can use it to make a breakthrough. The initiative belongs to the House of the Hearth. My wish to investigate the fortress of Meripede will... You should know the rest. Lenny's group is quite close to you, so... It wouldn't mean anything, even if you shouted it from the rooftops. After all... I've now had 2 chances to enjoy tea with Farina. I have to say, the leadership of Fontaine is even more inscrutable than I had imagined. I once surmised that Eudex knew I am a servant of Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Over my years of service, I've learned how a real Archon conducts and carries themselves. Of course, that is all just how I feel. It is, however, quite amusing to me that after all my years working in intelligence gathering, Don't you think Fontaine is quite intriguing? A catastrophe looms, yet many secrets have yet to rise to this. Ultimately, though, one must survive in order to do anything. You don't need to commit to anything right now, of course. I have a feeling that the situation will continue to evolve, and as your name is often connected with noble deeds, I'm sure we will work together someday. He certainly returned quickly.
Neuvillette?
For now, yes. But this issue will prove quite thorny in the long term. Thank you for protecting Farina. To put it simply, I used my power to force back the primordials. So as expected, the Knave has turned up the pressure on Farina. Permission granted.
Whoa. It can't be that you're the real Hydra... You can't tell us? Then that's okay.
If by the phrase, "you guys," you are referring to Farina and I, then although I'm not sure just what you are trying to imply, I must clarify that I do not share her positions on a multitude of topics. I believe so. The fortress has a long and complex... And now, another catastrophe will soon be upon us. I mourn.
Huh?
You may be closer to the truth than you think.
Oh? And what are you thinking? The dragon of... huh?
Please do not be so surprised.
Neuvillette? We were just guessing randomly. We didn't guess right, did we? You're not actually...
You guessed correctly.
Right, of course. There's still something Paimon wants...
Please.
Well, if you are the Dragon Sovereign of Water, then since Fontaine's prophecy is all about seawater...
None of the currently living dragon sovereigns in the world, myself included, possess our full dragonhood. They say that when the first usurper arrived on Tivat, they seized a part of the dragon's power. Today, that stolen power is the basis of the Archon's authorities.
There are 7 elemental archons and 7 matching dragon sovereigns.
The dragon sovereign of water who lived through that era perished a long time ago. As their successor, I know far less of that part of our ancient history. In any case, I believe I will not be able to do much unless the Archon disappears and returns their elemental authority to me. Given the status quo, however, I would recommend finding another.
Oh, so even you can't solve it.
I still have some urgent matters to attend to at my office. If you have any more questions regarding ancient...
Please go right ahead. There's a place that Paimon wants to go too. We'll see you another time.
Take care.
I do hope the Knights of Favonius are all... Gotcha! Quietly now. Take it easy.
to apply. Power that ended Haishan!
Things are about to get dicey. Gotcha. Busted.
Watch out! A proper send-off from the speed.
Here comes the catch. Quietly now. Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? Busted! To ashes! Barbados! Gotcha! Things are about to get dicey.
Coming at ya! Hey there! Cha! Haha!
Add Astra. Thank you for complete. Add Astra.
gloves off! Hey there! Hiya!
Quietly now. Gotcha.
Hey there!
Take it easy. Quietly now. Gotcha. Here comes the catch. I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
This realm is... If you ever...
This opportunity is quite hard to come by. Well then, amuse me. Surrender is a valid option. I promise I'll be gentle. Not bad, not bad. Not bad. You've got a trick or two.
Game's up. Time's over.
Watch out! Hiya! A proper send-off from the Spina with love. Look alive! Hey there!
You're cut above.
Oh,
State your business here.
It's raining again.
Quietly now. Busted.
Coming at ya!
Things are about to get dicey.
Coming at ya! Watch out!
Quietly.
Let it be known that divinity is mine! Be more. Let's get it on! Insignificant past! My endless cycle begins!
Look alive! Ha! Hey there! Attack! That's the way. Watch out!
Insignificant past! At my command, you shall fall!
Watch out!
Take it easy. Barbados! Guide us! Buckle up! Game's up! Fun's over! Gotcha! Busted!
My endless cycle begins!
Sorry, dude, I missed your. I'll see what you said in a second. Just let me finish this.
I am the all-knowing God. Burn to oblivion! Filth! Tremble! Kneel! Reality is pain! Burn to oblivion! Good riddance, cruel world.
Watch out! A proper send-off from the Stina with love. Coming at you!
Possible.
Look alive!
Wind, hear me. Things are about to get tight.
Coming at you! Attack! That's the way. Hiya! Chap! No! Coming at
I can't. Lose it all again.
Sorry, you're asking if I have any Fall Lake? I don't know what that is. Unfortunately, I've never heard of that. Fall Lake.
Buckle up! Hi!
Quietly now. Busted.
Go and fly! Huh. Ha! Coming at ya! Hiya! Ah! Coming at ya! Ha-ha! Cha! Hiya! Ha! Let's get it on!
Quietly now. Busted.
Umbrella warfare, I guess.
Gotcha! Hiya!
My time with Espina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all.
Take it easy.
Now guess.
Well, well, look who it is.
Traveler.
Looks like you're with.
Oh, right.
Whoa, how did.
She didn't want to stress you.
Yeah.
Okay, but check.
You meant father?
She said a few things that.
Her attitude towards you is even. You should believe her.
Oh, Paimon just.
Hey!
Are you going?
Looks like it.
Excellent.
For real?
Another implies that. Well, next.
it. You guys are back.
You guys did.
And here.
All right.
Hey, it wasn't just.
Something. I was also. Whenever he'd say that.
Hey, there.
These two. They sure are.
Oh, well, if you say so.
Traveler! Are you still doing alright?
We're fine.
A few people suspect. Oh, of course. How did Nerve. Miss sure, Nervulette. I ran into the bomb. If you're not, just let me know if you. I'd like to take the.
Jurier?
Yeah.
That's no excuse for.
Jurier, Lurvine, we're.
Hello there. It's been quite.
And you?
Yep.
It can be.
I mean, the.
Oh, yeah?
You two really are just.
Not at all!
Do my eyes deceive?
We wanted to see how the fortress.
We're fine, for the most part.
If that's the case, why don't.
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. He came here in a hurry and...
He sure sounds.
Miss Cloran is...
Where the gifts.
Nervulette got them. Well, it's Oh, and I have some...
Are these from.
Nope. You've already wrapped up your work at the...
For real? Then we can.
You may access the cafeteria. Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's time for...
We're back in our cell again. Sure feels that. Huh? How did you know? Hey, that's not. It's like there are so many bad things in the world. You're counting Paimon today? Aren't you the only? Then let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an adventure. Just the last time we fell asleep. We should be safe now. All right then. Good night to you, traveler.
Good roll. All right. One more day. Knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Wait a sec. Oh, today...
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface.
What's happening? I'm fine.
Let's go ask the Duke. Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two.
Yeah, what was with that earthquake?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater.
So the fortress...
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be
Huh, you've got a point. By the...
I believed...
Wait, seriously?
Aha, yes.
Yep. It's you two. That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon... Oh, yeah. Then be
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go.
You're not going to...
I knew you'd ask.
Well, you actually...
Ah, so you...
After being down here for so long,
yeah, don't...
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to... Well, it seems our work in the... We should probably...
You're going to see Monsieur Nervillette?
I'm sure just... You're right.
Take it easy.
Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you.
Excuse me. Would you mind?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands...
Everyone's so busy.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for... In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like...
That's all right.
Very well.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to...
All right. That should wrap...
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede. And...
That's right, and we came here to see...
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might...
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? Does he...
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could... Yes? What is it?
Ah, right! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you...
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already returned to normal now. However, if the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation...
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster... I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Oh no! What happened here? Navia should be around here, right?
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Good roll.
Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off, and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Haven't seen a single soul all the way here!
What will I ever do now?
Look! There's someone—
Just stay put! We're coming up! Watch your balance!
He looks pretty sad.
My leg! How could this have happened?
Just hang in.
Oh, it's
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson.
Yes. As you can see, the water...
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety.
He's wounded?
He fell.
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1, and tell him to take the wounded resident to see it.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue.
All right. You'll be... I'm sorry. Right. A little earlier, we suddenly... The rushing water seemed... Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water, those who realized the Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible. But the water that flooded... No one knows if this could happen again.
How awful.
It was quite frightening indeed.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
Sorry. I need to go for now.
And she go...
Okay. The wounded, of course, traveler.
Huh? Right.
Thank you. Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day...
Right. That's...
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver... They won't ever come back here again. What?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still... They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time, and... I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just... gone.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa.
How could Master ever be upset? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not?
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are...
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus. There must...
Hey! Stop.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit.
That makes sense. In that case...
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now Malus and Silver have helped me. So, I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia.
Thank you. By the way, you can have a look at this.
Oh, Benna. So...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And the overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be... Malus and Silver were not the price for
You're right. What you said just now was pretty
Oh!
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave?
Is everything going well on your...
Yes. My people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of.
Thank you.
Wait, do you...
We just met recently.
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete...
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount...
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organization. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such,
Without your help, there would have been many more
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver.
Don't say that. You and your As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words.
You're right. I'm sorry for your... Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one.
So, you're one?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Terre. I still have some things to take care of, and the By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said you and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Heart. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to... Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly.
So that's why the Fatui...
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground. Linny told me that outside of the house, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such. I'm sure you already understand how earnest...
Oh! That's some...
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider...
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some...
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring?
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just... There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you... All right. The ruins are to the south.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's... So, are these the ruins that...
They seem to...
Let's go...
Just be careful.
This place has also been contaminated by
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they...
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying her...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave... That complicates things.
In that case, do you want to wait?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will... I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for... Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Something wrong with this bridge?
Huh? Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing...
Maybe she just wants some time to...
Yes, it...
That's quite possible.
Oh. This is a...
Is something the matter?
Oh, no, I was just trying to...
Do you remember...
We were headed...
Right.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
How have...
I've been great. They were knocking on...
Sometimes.
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know...
Did you cultivate...
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants.
Very well.
Wait, excuse me.
That's right.
No, it's nothing. I've heard... And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time.
Huh? We do...
Well, now...
Miss Navia, here you are. My trial?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about...
Oh?
Look, it's not...
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to... Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. And as for the judge...
Please sit in the defendant's seat.
All right. But are you sure you can stand...
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have any idea?
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet... As all here know, you, after you took over, not only you... Yes, we are one bit, therefore...
Huh?
Oh, well...
How... I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's...
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep...
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you...
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down...
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies us. Please do not mistake her...
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. Even if everything is... Now, I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. Have you forgotten how much you...
Do you need...
Your justice is flawed.
As you said, we can also have our own justice. And that...
Demoiselle.
Silver, I remember now. Everything that's Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid.
Absurd! Who are you to say don't let them escape?
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying? No more excuses.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us. Miss Navia.
Silence.
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you... The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this I shall...
Our thanks, monsieur.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is...
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place.
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that...
Malus. Silver.
Quickly! You must come now!
Goodbye.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, you were just about to be dissolved within. I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue...
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like...
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people...
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Please come with me.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right.
Why do you look so stiff up? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels up.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think...
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress...
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to...
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you have...
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that...
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something. So, Neverlet. This isn't going anywhere.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She...
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think it...
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Oh, right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Feeling lucky?
Oh no, almost at the top. Keep it up!
Yeah.
Look alive! Ha! Wind, hear me! Fire! Well, with rocks.
Let's get it on!
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden space.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as...
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also...
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation...
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed,
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing the...
And is that Lady Farina in the 3rd image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her?
The 4th image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain. More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient...
Ooh, the Paimon's getting the chills. Just look, this says that it's the history of the future, right?
I really hope...
Still, Paimon feels like these...
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the 4th, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the 3rd?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the 3rd image. That means that the...
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance, the previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies.
Did she herself commit that sin? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. judging from their contents, could...
But who would have created these...
It seems that any further clues will have to come from...
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else...
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with...
You still...
Just...
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard... Traveler, I will go talk to Farina. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my...
Are you really gonna talk...
She has long been harboring secrets, and will not give them up easily. Which...
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then.
I will be carefully considering...
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house... Alright.
We're finally back!
Welcome back.
Yay! And there's good... Hyman's already starting...
Oh, that voice. Is that who...
Huh?
It's you two. Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
Yeah.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was... well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist, there was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just...
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name.
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it...
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the star...
Thrice as great? That's so...
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus.
Talk about upset.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontaine.
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the...
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you...
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that there's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird the invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think any...
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist. And that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call... But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful.
Of course. The old hag could do it. And I bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something... Are you... All right, I'll help.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you, of all the people we know.
Indeed.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's any...
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicion. Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help. Good morning. To be honest, I'm still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, Traveler. We agreed to...
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier. A few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
You're here! It's Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Fer...
Like I said, I've already explained everything!
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient...
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images. The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if
I don't! I've never seen...
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim you have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type. Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then there's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling.
I assume you've been outside for a while.
Oh! You noticed!
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding. Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. We may have to create a situation in which she...
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps...
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make
We will need to consider this thoroughly. Join forces with If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but... This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious. But who will lend us the...
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people.
And here you are drinking tea.
That's what family should do. Sit in a...
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me?
Then, how about you?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as...
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, as for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be...
Oh?
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice.
I see. And what does my boss...
He is glad that you consider him your boss.
In that case, do any of you have experience?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were...
I'm afraid not, though that was their name. Today, a trap So...
For me, our line of work...
You use some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods.
Calm and steady.
And I can be there
with discretion.
I remember that you liked those too.
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're real...
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not...
That makes sense. You usually solve but I do have one more question for you. If we were to create a trap now...
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the...
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily... If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also...
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that...
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, but we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god. A being.
Oh, so that's...
It's been a tough few days. Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. It's hard to say. After all, you're the most reliable did you just force... Then what? Paimon's never seen...
Don't be frightened. Aw.
Wait.
You're feeling lost. Consider me the prophecy.
What?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eye. Just as prophecy are the things that...
What?
I believe that you understand. Ultimately, fate shall...
The voice. Hey, it's you.
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively band.
Mona!
Fine, just not all fun. Why, yes, I'm in full...
That's right!
Yes. About... Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you...
She said that even...
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old but I've never...
Whoa.
Their abilities are...
Well, it's not like...
Yes, perhaps it is... Traveler?
Oh, we're...
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate, but even so, I still hope for. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what I did originally think of steering clear of all...
You do have a point.
It was worth trying. I suppose that might be...
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by. Huh? Let Paimon see! The underwater... My recent... Thus, did an... So while the journalist Charlotte... Charlotte took... She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything... Ugh, seriously? Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 It was so delicious the last...
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too?
Wait.
That's right.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily...
Then what if someone...
But why would it...
Well...
Oh, the prof... No, it's the...
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have... These 2 slices are for you.
Oh, you know Siege?
I sure do. She said that I've got something else to do, so...
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. It's more delicious. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious.
Take it easy.
Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon!
Ha! You've got some...
Oh, you need... It's all right, though.
Really?
You're...
Oh, Paimon...
Still, what brings you...
A friend of ours...
Ah, so she mentioned me?
She said that you're...
No.
Huh?
Oh, of course it doesn't.
Yeah.
Why not?
Oh.
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! Oh, so much to get done.
Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If...
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do... If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a jerk. From what I've seen, most people don't. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping it. Just think about it. If this nation... And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I... But anyway,
That's... so not... Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty... Paimon's been thinking... If it wasn't fun... No, Paimon should ask... If you... We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either with us... You mean... still traveling? Huh. Wait! Feels like it'll grow mold, but it's still better than the Fortress of Meripede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but...
So the 2 of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais...
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two. Not at all. I'm well aware... Yes, inside the op...
Alright!
Well, that Lady Furry loudly accusing... And before she could respond, the crowd continued to...
So people have...
I agree.
So what happened after...
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, and that further argument was pointless, the Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order, and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had...
So... You mean
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god, after all. Even if she were to fall... Good.
Don't worry. Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know... And as we... When Nervillet... It would be hard... Paimon thinks... Huh. Well, what do you think? In that case, there's... This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible. That's Farina, right over there.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry, but what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless... Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's...
So, it is you, blonde traveler from another land.
Farina, you were crying just now.
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? They even dare to tout their Archon! I must teach them a lesson. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too. Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabbit that's against the rule.
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up! This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick!
What is this?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is... I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Yep, that's a good...
What's happening? The ground's
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency...
Yeah, but the people of Poisson... They've... It's true. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues, and I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rule, but just now, it all became clear to me. As long as the final moment hasn't come, don't worry. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I...
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you...
Cher, that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat, and if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you'll...
Ladies and gentlemen, now, without further ado...
So, this is what it is. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it.
What the heck is going on?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what?
Shh! It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear...
Looking for excuses again!
I raised my hands just now to indicate my... I will admit that I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable... You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. But now, I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous... Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine!
Woohoo! Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic...
All right, then. Who...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very... Also, please allow me to ask, just how much work did you do?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather
Navia, the president...
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to... Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, so we arranged for a...
So, you mean...
And their goal was to force you to...
That's right.
As the super ultimate version, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson was an Archon. Instead, my thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor and we had to select a location, construct a giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
So, in other words...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess you gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and also that as soon as I appeared on the stage,
Yes, that is...
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only...
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived. Oh? It's fine. It matters. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too. Oh, let Paimon see. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, all right?
You defeated the Hydro Archon. I did this. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be true.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervylette. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to—
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud, who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but—
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me. If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's—
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And
who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neuvillette sensed it too, huh?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have— Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. For centuries, manifestations of my authority— One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very—
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice—
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are natural—
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to...
I never thought you'd...
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you, instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority...
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now it is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave... But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been up... You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many...
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with...
Isn't that...
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a...
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's
Hey, come now, everyone. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? Please, you've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true,
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find...
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. That doesn't sound right. It has been established that all Fontanians...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can...
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, including those of some of my close... So, Miss Farina, if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seapad, if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of them.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of...
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate...
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word.
What's going on? Is she...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My head... Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon!
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward.
Siege, don't be nervous. It'll just take a That should be...
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the...
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegeween. Lady Farina.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved!
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did original. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an act. We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample, and it's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina...
I can't believe... Listen to me, everyone! Please don't think about it! How can you conclusively Also, if I was really just a human... Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cottage. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
That's actually one of the available sentences?
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of...
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her this...
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definition, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes?
Yeah! Even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been up. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the...
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it!
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigned...
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for...
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded? Then...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review... Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates.
Huh? So what do you see? What is...
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's for... so when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the...
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other... The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into human. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon, the second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch... Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been taught. We didn't believe that such a
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of... And the first stone slate tells us that long ago that this might be the reason... Perhaps what is about to take the true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervillet and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celeste. It's not as simple as when Navia fell into the sea. Her the stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the... The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophet... The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So, but then it feels like...
Let's hear them.
Incredible.
We're not real.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in Primordial... Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also...
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Oh, did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched within. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative. I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin in the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race, and thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So you...
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to... Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your...
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are... A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, you may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court. Yes.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy for...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be...
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the...
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deduction about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fort... However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why that whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case...
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this, even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not... We've already done everything we can. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that...
Indeed. That's not how...
I'll fight it to the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the god, ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina!
You...
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question...
Focalors. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled. Ostensibly. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that, although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person... Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalors' divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the... Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady. I suppose now you probably understand why you're
But Farina is only human. Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that. I cannot begin to fathom what she has...
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, it's been far and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely... Take it easy.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto this stage? All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. I am Focalor, the eyes of countless... Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Feeling lucky?
Busted. Hey there! Hey there! Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Hiya, coming at ya!
Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're... mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not...
Mirror me?
The prophecy.
What prophecy? The people will all be dissolved into the waters. And
Oh.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember.
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to...
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a fun...
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people... I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. As for the suffering, well, I will admit, but if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side.
I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon. That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy.
But how will I do this?
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against...
I'm still not sure So, how long?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many... But I promise you, all will...
A trial, huh? The Maison Cardinalise has announced... What should I say to most appeal... Ladies, and I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all... Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any question... I thought I might stammer, but thankfully...
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's...
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone right? Mirmi said that I just need to calm down, Farina. Think assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who... Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to win... Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it... Now then, let us be...
So that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera?
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my... My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is the scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. There is no trouble in this world that justice so long as I, the
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary...
Come now. Besides, none...
if I may be so
A magnificent, dramatic...
That's true, I fear I
No need for fright. And do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now.
Lady Farina.
No need to... All right.
He's...
Lady Farina.
I see. It's as I thought that all manner of... Really?
I'm...
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe, but it's good to see. Maybe this is fine.
Lady Farina, here...
They'll...
Lady Farina.
Indeed, my...
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological...
Understood. Keep monitoring. I feel utterly exhausted.
Lady Farina, it's... I've heard that the first member of our family... Are you crying?
This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the... So interminable. Hundreds of years must have passed by now. I never imagined. Have I reached my limit? I want to tell someone. Anyone. I have conducted so many investigations across the century. All I can do is keep heart. I must meet...
Farina, you don't, although I don't know what you might be
Share. That's impossible.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, just share it with
a witness. Yes. And if Tevat is in it... She's right. But if things don't play out as expected... No, Farina. But what if, Farina, you've worked so hard for so... Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find if you let this opportunity slip, think about it. Long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. All you need to do, dear spectator, is...
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works. How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine?
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice. It now seems that that person was you.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding... In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down... I mean, Did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to but really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy, the vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan, then?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontanians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet. Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principle stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that just so, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too, at last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Iudex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection?
But since we're all still alive and have—
It's time to end this. We must meet.
Didn't you say just a moment ago?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me meet the root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come. To separate the power of the proteins away. Considering the fight, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the Genshin Dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening. is the moment. Use my power to suppress its roots from within.
Busted. Take it easy. Quietly now.
Let's get it on!
A proper send-up from the Spinalist.
Things are about to get dicey.
Watch out! Ha-ha! That's enough!
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 mil-
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, it's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its all in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk?
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
I am unfamiliar with...
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous.
The foul...
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfalnir, then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now—
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Initiate emergency rescue! Hurry! Hey, lend a hand! Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you right?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong. The soil renewed. The Svina Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small skyship winglet. Boon or bane of the Fontaine researchers, the various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier or Nav?
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The value for these big scoops lies in Edwin's assistant, Jurier created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute.
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed.
Are you sure?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on! Let's head to Poisson first, and then make...
Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having a...
I'm here to update myself on how things are...
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. Our residents are hard at work as well.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would...
That would be fine.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another...
Huh?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And...
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than the...
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you...
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up.
How did it go? Was it a good shot?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes... Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows?
Wow, you really do.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of...
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess, too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Neuvillette, and he...
That's a...
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was... When did the I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that...
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. And with...
Stay safe now. And...
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgia.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the...
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss...
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so... Miss
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want...
Sir, please don't say...
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it.
No, I just...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that... Still, if I might ask...
Huh! Looks like Charlotte's trying...
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory.
Really? Well, then in that case...
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps...
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, two...
Is my hair messed up? Please.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to...
Ah, Sijuin.
Hey, Miss Charlotte.
Oh, sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the...
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone...
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes.
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember.
He sure did win the...
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they...
Oh, actually, what about...
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so... As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those...
Hey, everyone! The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a...
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be an...
Maybe. Who knows? All right. Last stop, the dock.
Take it easy.
Navia mentioned that she stayed.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you
Trick a friend.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this...
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I...
Oh.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine so...
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic...
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future,
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with a...
Lynette, could you come...
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of every... Father says that... Oh, I get... After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a
diplomatic gift!
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, it could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as... Furthermore, Father did also lend
That's true, but this is a gnosis...
I would agree, but I've also heard that... It seems...
So there's some reason...
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of...
Isn't he... But back to the topic. The gnosis was...
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number of...
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision?
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are...
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled...
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon.
To move things about?
That's right. I guess this must be life. All right, then.
Well, guess we said Charlotte, huh? Shall we go see how Nivelette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Take it easy.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! So, you really are here, Nivelette! Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for... Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saying?
It is strange how words can often leave a bit...
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming... But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to...
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of Mimic. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original...
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the... As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy...
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her... hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got in... Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children...
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would...
Yeah! Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters...
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead of those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said...
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's the...
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally...
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your...
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on...
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Uda...
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power And this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Iudex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Arc. Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authorities...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given...
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, the Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do... As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what... As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that the Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards... We guessed that there might be some reason for it that...
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to... In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry up.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you—
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine— I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental power? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all? That's what you say, but this topic still feels— Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. What?
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the—
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a—
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or— And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Perfect. It's you two. I have
the only ones for the job. Huh.
The Adventurers Guild, all it asks us to do is to find a missing person.
Huh? Then why did you say we were the only ones for the job?
I came across this commission while it seemed simple, but with the reputation of the adventure...
Well, that's us for sure.
If it proves to be beyond your capabilities as well...
Okay, so who are we looking...
This commission was jointly issued by the residents of Vimara Village, but the problem is...
They're all from the same village, but they don't even know his name? If someone...
Unlikely. Several villagers came by to issue the commission, and judging by their appearance and tone of voice... Besides, putting up a commission requires a processing fee in any case.
Alright then, let's go! Paimon
Here comes the catch.
Attack! That's the way. Coming at ya. Watch out! Coming at ya.
to Vimara Village! Why don't we talk to some of the villagers to learn a little bit more...
Hello there. You looking...
Oh, no, we're...
Ah, so you're here about that. To be honest, we aren't holding up. We've pretty much had it.
So, this person we're looking for, what's his...
I don't know. I really...
Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound short. I know it may seem like we don't have anything to offer by way of information, but I promise you, we just don't know the specifics. At least that's what everyone in the village...
All right.
Young guy. In his early 20s, probably. Incredible. I chat with him when I didn't have any customers. I even saw him stick out his neck for others on more than one occasion.
Now that you've started talking about him, you don't seem nearly as down in the dumps as you did before.
But of course, everyone in the village is pretty... There aren't many young people like him nowadays. So genuine and pure.
Could he have just moved...
No, he's not the type to leave without saying goodbye.
Huh. If this commission is really as challenging as Catherine made it out to be, we're gonna need to carry out a very detailed investigation.
It's the guests I hear.
Hi, Grandpa Ahmed.
Ah.
Could you tell us a bit about...
Of course. With my failing eyesight, I'm afraid I can't offer much about... I don't think he would often take... And whenever as the village...
Wow. He seems like such a nice... But, it's okay. Well, Traveler, what do you think? I don't think so, and nobody has been able to tell us... Wait. Okay.
You two are the adventurers who just arrived, right?
Yep, sure.
I'm so glad. My name is Atosa, by the way.
Yeah, no need to worry. Is this the...
Yep. We used to... I was surrounded by...
Alone?
Everyone has their own problems. Really? Wow, that sounds really nice.
You're quite lucky. When it comes to our missing villager, no matter what came my way, I knew I could always talk. He was so thoughtful and pure and patient. Ever since he disappeared, there's been so much I wanted to tell him. No, none of those things matters now. I just really want to see him again.
Wow. You two Did he ever tell you anything?
Oh, right. I didn't know whether that meant they had left. Look at me. The last time come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk. Just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Well, time always seems to pass slower when you're relaxed, right? What's wrong, Traveler? The abyss. Uh-oh, we've been spotted!
Busted. Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey. Busted.
Let's get it on! You asked for it.
Go and fly!
Barbados, guide us. Gotcha. Quietly now.
Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting—
It was no trouble.
They seem
Well, we should head back and check out the situation in Vimar. Wait a second. The person... It's Dainslet!
Ah, it's you two.
Oh, a friend of yours? Well, I'll leave you all to it then.
Yep, see you later. Why do you always have to pop up out of nowhere like that? Is it your life's mission to—
It's hardly personal, or intentional for that matter.
Ah, so you're here to investigate the Abyss Order then?
Naturally. Hold on. Are you not— No matter. The Abyss Order is most certainly planning something in this area.
So you think the Abyss—
As things stand,
Still—
the best way to protect them is by figuring out what the Abyss Order is truly planning. That, and you shall have— Don't worry. Ah. Someone who seems to only exist in people's memories. It appears all we have by way of—
Right!
Traveler, let me ask you this. Do you believe your sibling to have betrayed you? I sense hesitation in your word. There's still hope for the two of you to reconcile. The sinner you wish to know about, his situation is different. His name is— I'm loath to admit it, but—
Your brother?
There were 5 of them. The 5 sinners. The wise, Roptatir. The visionary, Vedderfolnir. Gold, Rhindaughter. The foul, Sertologi. And Rehir of Solnari, Rerir. No matter how eroded my memory may become, I will—
Wait, some of those names sound really familiar. Rhindaughter is the one who created Albedo. Sertologi is Skirk's master. And the one we just learned about, Dane's brother, Vedderfolnir. If he was the voice of the sinner—
They were once people of great esteem in Canria. Those who carried the hope— 6 of us. Together. We should have been the ones to prevent the disaster. Yet, deep within, the 5 of them craved something more, so they became sinners. But also transcendent beings. And when the cataclysm occurred, not one of them stood up in defense of their nation. Not one came forward to prevent the— Indeed. If they are not stopped, the day is sure to come when they— Of course. As I said—
So, Dane, what have you been—
I've continued to investigate the questions surrounding the Loom of Fate. It's been— By retrieving the eye of the first field tiller, we were able to stop part of their plan from—
Oh, Paimon remembers! Weren't they going to use it to corrupt Osaka?
Indeed. However, it's obvious that the eye was integral to their plan. Yet somehow, despite failing to obtain it, there are many signs pointing to that.
Then, what should we do?
Our most pressing concern is to determine the purpose of the loom. Based on the intel I've gathered so far, I suspect the loom of
The ley lines?
Traveler, you were able to observe your siblings' memories last time yet. My recent investigation has shown that Abyss Order activity in a particular area...
Wait, then our commission here in Vamara Village, the person...
It's certainly possible. I'll join your investigation.
Well, if we're teaming up with Dane again, we're gonna need all the energy we can get. Let's try and... Oh, so tired. Paimon, you... Well, let's go find Dane! Dane? Hello, Dane? Did something happen?
The missing person...
Oh, young guy? Early 20s?
There appear to be certain memories.
Maybe...
No, it wasn't a dream. And I'm certain I've never met this person before. I remember handing him the eye of the first field to...
What? Okay, so this missing person definitely has something to do...
Indeed. And it appears he possesses the ability to...
Wait then. All the memories the villagers have, but why would he do something like...
Whatever the Abyss Order is planning...
What sort of
that their goal is still to obtain the eye. I am the only person who knows its location. Perhaps... implanting that particular... Your concerns are not entirely unfounded. However, considering their single-minded come with me.
Oh, so you're going to take...
Of course.
So you hid it way out here? Not an easy place to discover, that's for... Well, let's go check to see if it's safe.
Traveler, wait. We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
Hey, wait up!
You